Hey, that's awesome. Did I not? The music hasn't been on. Oops. Well, to be fair, it's like not the worst ball to drop in this juggling act. Hiya, Cloud. Half your race is done. 21 out of 38. That's more than half. More than half. By a landslide. A ba-bomb. Hi. Just need to quickly bump up the camera a little bit, please. Please and thank you, webcam. Yes, no, maybe. Ooh. Better, I guess. That'll do. How do we line up with... Oh. It's a little high. It's a little high. This should be better. Yeah, there we go. Nice height. Just got to figure out the abilities for a bunch of them and formatting for others. But it's still a good feeling, I'm sure, to get like a big chunk of it done at this point. So what's next on the docket? Once I know you're not finished with characters yet, but once you are, what do you think you're going to mosey on over to? After that, you got to make like 9 classes and a magic set. Well, answers my question. Fair. Do you have an idea for what you're going to do for those? Classes are some of the magic career creature types, like Soldier, Advisor, and Cleric. The magic system is going to be a series of spells based on the... Ah, yeah, there you go. No, good. Because I've had a ton of videos recommended to me in the past on YouTube that are along the lines of, there are a million, bajillion, gazillion different magic systems that you could go with, and all of them are terrible. It's like, oh, this sounds confusing and overwhelming. So having a good foundation for the idea seems like it'll reduce the stress substantially. 17 classes. Advisor, Artificer, Assassin, Barbarian, Bard, Cleric, Druid, Monk, Noble, Pilot, Rogue, Scout, Shaman, Soldier, Warlock, Warrior, Wizard. Let's see. Black, white, green, red. Green, red. blue. So what's you? Is you blue or black? Blue, presumably. Yeah, that makes sense. Advisor, artificer, wizard. Yeah. Okay. Okay. A little bit of a low light in the top of the fringe. Try to really push that highlight forward a little bit more. All your people with iron deficiency must rise. I similarly have an iron deficiency. Had. Working on it. It's tough, dude, okay? The lightheadedness gets ya. Each of those will have a talent tree, an item list, and a career skill list. Ooh. Talent tree, item list, career skill list. As in, like, each class has specific items that they can pick up. I mean, I guess it works the same way in D&D with like proficiencies. Like equipment proficiencies and stuff. Yeah, okay. Bebop. The pixel art looks amazing, by the way, dude. You nailed it. Congrats on getting it done. How long did it take you overall? Start to finish? When do you plan on... Well, you said that you're gonna start into like the post class selection stuff soon, right? So it means that you won't be able to put builds together for a little bit. Let me know as soon as you can though, because I'd love to run through it. I love a good character creator. I will happily spend an extended period of time just like tweaking character selection stuff. You got some sample trees from the other books. A good handful of them are only going to need tweaking. To be honest, the biggest thing is figuring out a way to get it laid out well. Yeah, okay. So readable for somebody trying to learn the system. Yeah, that makes sense. It's all well and good to have it function amazingly, but if people aren't making sense of it, yeah, yep. What's giving not having good image software? Yeah, that's fair. I've heard that is Critter a free image software? Streaming to during your nighttime. Yeah, so Ghoulie, this is the intention, is to stream in the afternoon on Tuesdays and Thursdays. I've just been crap at it for the past couple of months. But I've finally fixed my sleep, so I can actually do it. I have water. Don't worry, Fields. I will remain hydrated. I promise. Cheers. But yeah, actually get to stay on top of my streaming schedule for once. It feels good. Somebody usurped your latest subscriber position. Congrats. Yeah, Stewie, last night. Thank you. No, I've thoroughly appreciated all of the support that I've received over the last few months. It's been incroyable. How the frick does hair work? Top knot, right? Top knot? Do I have a reference for it here? I do. Excellent. Did you hear the one about the the autistic kleptomaniac? I hear it went basically as poorly as it goes. They're two disorders, and that's unfortunate. Yeah, no, it's quite sad. How you going, Bob? It's okay. No, I mean, for rolling a 1 on the delivery, I feel as though you bounced back maybe as best you could. Lucky number 7 is not bad, especially following up the 1. Yeah, no, it is quite a serious situation, Fields. I completely agree. How are we all going, by the way? How's the start of our week been so far? I've shared my news. Sleep is fair. I haven't shared all of my news actually. Let's run through it. So had a couple of friends come over from Tasmania on the weekend. Caught up with them. That was fun. Had a lot of really delicious food because there are a couple of foodies, which was really good because I don't tend to go out of my comfort zone too much with food. Not entirely. Like, I've tried to push myself for the last couple of years, but whenever they visit, I very much so push myself, and I always thoroughly enjoy what I try. So, if anything, I ought to do it more often. But that was fun. Tried a meatball pizza for the first time ever. I know. Like, oh my goodness, so adventurous, Bahali. But I hadn't had one before. I didn't realize that meatball pizzas were a thing. So got to enjoy that. That was fun. A vegan pasta with like a creamy coconut sauce, and like a nutty herby topping as well. It was really, really, really nice. One of the most like phenomenal, like refreshing, light, filling, satisfying dishes I've ever had. Interesting combination, but it really sold itself. Consider me a happy customer. And played board games for the first time in about a month, so I was happy about that as well. A really, really fun weekend. Watched Thunderbolts. Good movie. Highly recommend. You like vegan cheese? You'll admit it. Yeah, and I've shifted to soy milk for the past couple of years, just because I figured out that I was lactose intolerant. So my dietary accommodations have broadened. Brave man ventures to try the fabled meatball. Do not make fun of me. I was brave, okay? Incredibly brave. I was incredibly brave, sobbed the brave man. Dear. You have invented a suffix, omo. Ooh. For one of the races. Chicken omo is vegan chick. Oh, okay, yeah, that works. Cloud, spoilers. But yeah, it was really, really good. Really, really, really enjoyed it. Maybe my favorite Marvel movie ever, which is shocking given how late it is in the pipeline. But I thoroughly enjoyed it. Really, really, really good. Yeah, Ghoulie, I did. Really, really enjoyable. It does require a little bit of homework. Like, I'd say mandatory watching would be the Black Widow movie. And then there are a couple of other things, like for full context, maybe Falcon and Winter Soldier as well. But otherwise, you can go into it with only those couple in your pocket. Calling it chicken makes you think it'll taste like chicken, whereas calling it chicken omo makes you think, oh, well, this will have vague flavors reminiscent of chicken. Yeah, okay. Well, I don't think I've ever tried vegan chicken, so if I relabel it as that, maybe I can go into it with more cultivated expectations. Well done. I'll always give something a go, especially now with my different mindset. Lived up to the hype. I will say it was my favorite. I won't say it will necessarily be other people's favorites, because it particularly plays to things that I love in storytelling. So other people might find it like boring in comparison, or not as satisfying, or like it doesn't have the characters that they like and that sort of thing, which is fine. It's just, personally for me, it's my favorite Marvel movie. I think the only show you haven't seen is Miss Marvel. Yeah, you don't need to see that for this. Did enjoy Miss Marvel though. It was a good one. Try Chicken Omo. I will. I'll say it out loud as I'm purchasing it at the grocery store. I'll go, ooh, chicken omo, yum yum, and I'll put it in my basket. I'll make sure that other people are looking when I do it as well. Try and make it a phenomenon, Try and have it catch on. Vegan's food good, but the meat substitutes make you violently unwell afterwards. I don't tend to have, whenever I have anything vegan, it doesn't tend to be like meat substitute. It'll always be something that a unique dish, like a vegan dish, can uniquely put on the table. Like I had a cauliflower burger about a year ago. That was like really, really nice, because there was no expectation that it was going to be like a meat substitute burger. It was its own thing, and for that I really, really enjoyed it. This is how the suffix spreads. Yeah, yep. That's the plan. That's the plan, is to normalize it, you know? I'll insist on cooking it for myself every night as well, because, I mean, I keep going to the grocery store on a daily basis, going, chicken omo, and putting it in my basket, right? But I would look silly if I put it back on the shelf afterwards. So I have to buy it every time. So I just end up with a lot of vegan chicken in my house. I need to cook it a lot. I'll get sick of it, but it's worth it. It's worth it for the cause, I think. So silly. What are we doing? What are we doing? So, hairpin top knot. Oh, something else happened, by the way. When we were on our way to said restaurant where I had the vegan pasta, we got pulled over by the police. And not for my outrageous behavior for once. The Uber that we were in got pulled over because apparently they were in a turning lane, went straight through a red light, and then it also turns out that they didn't have their Uber stickers on either. So it was like, I don't know, at least a demerit point. They had the driver like breathing into a breathalyzer and everything. We're like, can we leave? Is that okay? Are we allowed to leave? You're trying out vegan food and got unwell, but for the last 10 years, you've been a pescatarian diet until recently, mostly because you finally got a proper kitchen. You wanted to learn to cook properly. Oh, wait, fair, right? That's a big thing, right? About any sort of dietary particulars is as soon as you get control over how you're preparing your food, it's a lot easier to follow any dietary restrictions that you want to adhere to. Have a good night, Mahali. Call soon. Yeah, have a good night, bud. Sleep on, bud. Good luck with starting to work on the classes. You got this though. Easy. You've got all the structure there. So the nation to the south is going to respond to that, but you managed to make the villain look clever and make the poison plot relevant. Right, I didn't read the first message. Sorry. Realized your villain's plan to poison the water of the empire to the south threatens his founding nation is not a credible threat. So the nation to the south is going to respond to that, but you managed to make the villain look clever and make the poison plot relevant. In what way? Don't mind me, by the way. I'm just going through, looking up hairpins. Because I've never put like a pen through my hair or anything. It seems like it's similar to what I've got here, except there is a tie-off underneath as well, and then it tends to be a little bit more volume, but I'm happy to keep the knot relatively small, given that quite a bit of his hair is running along. It's a bone. Yeah. It's a matter of perspective, really. Is it a bone? Is it a hairpin? Does it blend? Okay, so I'm needing to bring the bun in a little bit underneath. I may have to lift up. Oh, you know what? I don't think I do. I don't think I do. Reassess, reassess, reassess. It's because it's the angle underneath, right? We're looking up. We're looking up at Dave. Therefore, we can have it so that it's pinching in, but we just can't see it in isolation, right? Because, yeah. That's what I was doing. I remember now. I'm not stupid. I planned for this. Would the ends of his hair not flick upwards or back behind the knot? Not sure how it works either. It depends. It depends on how messy or tidy of a knot it is. I've kind of taken the thought of I'll like finish the knot, and then if it requires like a little bit more communicating that it is hair, then I will have like a couple of wispies. But you can have just super clean knots. The Empire to the south is going to come marching up. Oh, ads. Yeah, okay. That's... How do you? It is hair, okay? So rude. I won't put up with it. The last straw. I will have a couple of wispies here and there, just to kind of, in the same way that I've got these loose strands, because I do need to still communicate that these bunches of hair are still hair. But I won't worry about it too much for now, just because it's not part of the rendering process, you know. Lay on this channel banned with honor. I was banned, and boy, was it worth it. So the Empire to the south is going to come marching up, conquer the villain's founding nation, and try to secure the barrel of poison, due to it not being a credible threat. The city that's under threat can just drink from stored water in barrels for the duration of the military's campaign. However, while they conquer his founding state, they fail to secure the barrel of poison, and the villain's orc allies hide the poison from them far upstream. This forces negotiations. Yeah, okay. Makes sense. Would you have it where this villain character is sneaking poison into some of the water barrels in the southern city as well, just as like, we still have it. Look, we've got the poison still. It's not part of the main, it's not part of the mainstream of water, but we still have it. We can still use it as like a fun method of like showing the threat. Because that could work wonders. It's a little bit gruesome, right? You're like poisoning people, but I mean, it's a villain, right? The negotiations end in the founding state, bending the knee to the Empire to the south in exchange for destroying the barrels in 6 months' time. The founding state gets to keep its orcs. Yeah, okay. Makes sense. I mean, that's negotiations, right? Everybody wins. Hooray! It was really cool to see the your stream the other day where you were going through other people's work. It felt nice, like hearing the group kind of like in a super chill way, like critiquing work and like fixing it up and stuff. I always get like Vietnam flashbacks whenever I think of crits, because architecture crits are brutal. But I have to remember that crits don't necessarily have to be like that. Only went through the one guy's work, but it was good. Yeah, I mean, it sounded like it. It seemed like he had a really relatable writing style, where it was super chill. Not too stuffy. Because I know whenever I'm writing something, I tend to have too much fun, like using fun and interesting words, but then I reread it and I go, oh my goodness, this is just minced meat. I used to write Warhammer 40k fanfiction. Please do not judge. I don't want to hear it. But this was back when I didn't understand how brutal 40k was. So I was just writing about how like these cool characters are like they're running around, they're like using their blasters and stuff, and doing like cool action poses. Cut to like actual Warhammer 40k writing, and it's like, you know, my third limb of the day got blown off, and my face is being eaten off by Tyranids. So it didn't quite match the tone, but I was having fun. I would absolutely cringe. I think I cringe pretty hardcore if I had to reread any of it. Thankfully, I think it was on my mum's old computer, like old family like main room computer. So I don't think any of it survived. Hopefully, otherwise I'll have to go back and destroy the evidence. But we're probably fine in that regard. Notice a bit of wording that was like that. It was just subtly more elevated than the rest of the piece. Able to bring it into the fold and keep most of it though. There you go. Well, that's the thing, right? Is you don't want to lose that sense of like the author's writing. But if it was an outlier, then that's something else, you know. Never guessed. I said no judgment fields. In my defense, I was like 14 or something at the time. Not to say there's anything wrong with writing fan fiction. Writing bad fan fiction, though. I was 14 at the time. Never noticed once. Felt the desire to do fanfic. You've never once felt the desire to do fanfic. There's no piece of media where you feel like, I understand this as much as the author does. I'd like to take somewhat some ownership of it. It's less that and more I enjoy the concepts that this author has introduced, and I want to play with them. It's less of a feeling of like I could do it better, and more like I want to see what I could do. At least when it came to my mentality. It's the same with fan art, right? Like I'd never presume to do a character better than or like a concept or an image or like a style or anything better than the original artist. It's just I really like the things that they've come up with, and I want to play around with those concepts. And it is understood that the fan artist absolutely sort of like nods to the original artist as like, this is the original genius. It's just kind of my take on it, my spin. Friends all really like Warhammer. Couldn't really get into the games, but the books do look really cool. The lore, world building, and storytelling. Some of the books I've heard are better than others, but still, that's to be expected with how many there are. Is all really, really, really good. Especially if you love like over the top, like taken to the nth degree concepts. That's Warhammer 40k, right? Is that they take like technocracy, dystopia, like end times, war idolization, blah 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 blah. They take all of these concepts and they crank them all up to 15, and they go, "Isn't this ridiculous?" And you go, "Yes, yes, it is, but I really enjoy it. It's fun." Fan art feels very different to you. Characters in different styles. Style feels very much makes sense. Well, it's the same in writing, right? Like, it's just think of authors as artists, right? Where they have different styles, they have different preferences. They want to try like depicting the characters in certain ways that maybe the original author or artist, metaphor carrying across, didn't do originally. It's the same thing. Do you like the Space Priest aesthetic? Yeah. Yep. You'd love the Sisters of Battle then. Very stupidly cool. They literally have like giant space cathedrals that they fly through the warp, which is like the space ocean. Not entirely true, basically. And during battles, they rain down holy water onto the battlefield. They have giant speakers on the outside of their giant space cathedrals. They blare out hymns like the entire time. And one of their attacks is literally dropping a church on people. It's stupid. Incredible. Incredibly so. Highly recommend looking into the battle, Sisters of Battle. So cool. So cool. There's a part of you that's like, that's what you would be saying if you were to do fanfic. Even though you've read a tiny bit of fanfic, you're never like, how dare the author? Yeah, right? Like, I don't have any stakes in it, right? Because it's in my past. I no longer write fanfic, but I don't see any harm in it. It's just people playing around with somebody else's toy box, right? They're like, I've made this toy box. I've done this, and this with the toys in the toy box, and then somebody else has taken the toy box and they're like, okay, well, I'd like to try doing different, action poses with the toys. I want this toy to interact with this toy because they didn't in the original, that sort of thing. And you got people like, I want to make these two toys kiss, and that, that's fine too. It's it's creatives playing around, and I think it's quite heartwarming if you think of it like that. Kinetic bombardment . Church / is insane. Yes, please. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 1 Please do. They take like the penance, the like the pilgrimages, like everything. They just crank it up to a bajillion. It's awesome. Feel better doing stuff in people's worlds as long as you never touch their characters. You could do that. And it's fine if you feel that way, by the way. Like, there's nothing wrong with it. It's just, it's different sensibilities, right? It's where it's where the concept of canon comes from, right? This is kind of a problem that needed to be addressed like 150 years ago or something. I think it first really became apparent as a quote-unquote issue with H.P. Lovecraft's works, where he introduces concepts and characters and stuff that people have been making versions of ever since. Like, non-H.P. Lovecraftian authors, non-H.P. Lovecraft authors have played around with the character of Cthulhu, even though they don't like explicitly own Cthulhu. Things like that. It's all right because it's, you know, it's within what's it? The public royalty free blah blah blah. It's all right to do so. But if you're not making any money off of the concept, playing around with another author's characters is, I think, fine. It's like it's the highest praise if people have fallen in love with your characters so deeply that they want to try depicting them in their own ways, you know? You don't have to agree with me, by the way. You can absolutely have your own opinion on the matter. I won't try and convince you. I'm just I'm stating where my mind is at when it comes to the subject. You must agree with me. There is no middle ground. No nuance. But yeah, that's where the concept of canon comes from, right? Where you've got like the wider canon, the universe canon, where literally any work that the character ever appears in, regardless of who the author is like the overarching like concept of the character, which can be like super messy, all over the place, yada yada yada. But then you've got like true canons where like the original author was the person sort of writing for said character, and then you've got truer and more false canons from there, right? So a truer canon, like the second most true canon, might be where the author has gone, this author is now going to succeed me? This author is going to continue with the character on my behalf. This author, I've nominated this author, and they are going to write this character and continue stories on with my blessing. That's probably like your second most like true canon. And then from there, it might be like the author passed away and their estate has like nominated an author to keep going with their characters, that sort of thing. Preferred it when the church got together in councils to decide canon. I mean, I suppose if you can find a council for each for each story, yeah. Should do that for comics. I've got a pretty, not lackadaisical, I've got a pretty forgiving mentality when it comes to canonity of stories. Like, what's he? I can view characters in isolation. I can be like, okay, for this comic author's run, this is how the character is, and I'll appreciate them for how they are for this story. But then when it switches over to this author, yes, the character will change significantly. Maybe their powers change. Maybe it's a completely different character, basically. But I don't really mind too much. I kind of accept that just kind of is the case. I kind of appreciate the stories as they are in isolation. But then again, I do appreciate that other people might struggle with that mindset. The publishers can publish whatever they want. A collection of councils decide what is and isn't canon. I mean, I feel as though people on the internet already kind of do that, don't they? Looking through Mighty Ape, and there's separate sorting categories by army for Warhammer. What's the Mighty Ape? I'm confused. King Kong? But let's formulate. Yeah, okay. No. I don't disagree. The Council. No, we need to make it sound more ominous, actually. Not the Council. We need the Order. Or that has like almost like a tyrannical kind of vibe to it. We can call it Judgment. The council is literally called Judgment. Oh my goodness, yes. Very, very Exodus. Mighty Ape is just New Zealand Amazon. Far less robust. Just like it because it's local to New... Right, okay, sorry. I haven't heard of it. I hadn't heard of it before. You're like, the Mighty Ape is like, Harambe? The Council of Pittsburgh. Holy warring with the Council of Comic Line. Oh my god, could you imagine the what are they called? The Crusades to like to go and like relinquish control of characters from each other? Oh, it'd be incredible. The mighty war of Fountain Pen lasted 30 years. Many lost their lives, but it was worth it because Spider-Man was finally able to high-five Batman. Wait, your version of Amazon has separate categories for... Oh my goodness. Hello? I do not believe that that's the case for me. Let's have a look. Amazon. Hooray. Warhammer 40k. Okay, so we've got Games Workshop, Warhammer, McFarlane Toys, Jukoki, The Army Painter, Joy Toy, Warhammer, Age of Sigmar. So we've got different brands, which is like, that's pretty good, right? There's some sort of organization to it. But no, there's no distinction as to which army we're working with here. What if I were to click on, oh, look at that. The Warhammer 40k Dark Angels, Lion L. Johnson figure. Look at him, he's fabulous. Any sort of compacting, sorting, no, nothing. Confirmed. King Kong is better than the Amazon. Got it here first. It's a mindset, Bob, that I had with art for a while, where I wouldn't use references. I'd never use references for any of my art, any of my learning, nothing. Literally never. Because as you said, like, it felt weird to sort of like make use of art that people had, you know, through blood, sweat, and tears had come up with themselves. But it's literally been the case since art existed, right? You'd have people like cave painting. You'd have another person see the cave painting, be inspired by said cave painting, and then cave paint themselves. Or you'd have like Michelangelo, you'd have Leonardo da Vinci, like going out and getting inspiration from life, getting inspiration from other artists, coming up with their own pieces. You'd have, that's how movements would occur. You'd have people working with realism, and then they'd see sort of your more contemporary art forms, think Expressionism, for example, or Impressionism. They'd see Impressionism being done by some of the masters, and they'd be inspired by their work, and going off of their style of work, they would then, you know, push Impressionism even further. The more that I realized that it limited my understanding of art by boxing myself off from other people's influence, the more I realized that I was sort of undermining myself like that. The more it sort of started to make sense to sort of start to look at what other people were doing. I can't necessarily speak to it being the same in the writing world. I've got no I've got no authority when it comes to anything in literature. But at least for art, I came to that understanding a few years ago, and it's night and day between what I was producing back then and what I produce now. And just even my understanding of like the merits of art has evolved. It still takes a hefty effort to actually do fan art, though. I still have that like weight in my brain. it really helped to see artists that I really, really respected. Essentially saying like, yeah, it fills me with so much joy to see people like depicting my characters and stuff. Obviously, that's not going to be the case for all artists, but it did help to shape my foundations a bit. Again, it could be night and day in between art and literature. I'm not sure. Cannot speak to it whatsoever, but I did have a similar mentality when it came to art. Show it in the general on the Discord, or oh my goodness, they straight up do just have all of the different factions. They even have like starter sets, rule books and codexes to rate. Oh my goodness, what? Cut to Amazon and it's like, you can have a space marine or another space marine. Awful. Awful. Amazon, no good. You're hearing it here first. Okay, I'm trying to have the hair shine on the section underneath the knot stand out a little bit so that you've got form going on, but not so much that it's leaping forward. I've got it leaping forward a little bit too much at the moment. Ooh, excuse me. So trying to pare it back a little bit. Doesn't appear to be many Warhammer books on Mighty Ape, so might have to go through Amazon anyways. Yeah, Kindle, I believe, has a monopoly on book distribution for the Black Library, which is the publication company. Why does hair have to be so freaking weird? It's actually not that weird. I just don't have enough experience with working with it. Which is ironic, because I have long hair. Probably fine. Okay, so we have one section that kind of rolls over that way. Then I think I can have another section like this. Yeah. There we go. Sometimes you get sick of it. Just go, yeah, she's wearing a hood now. Yeah. I've yet to hit that point. It's more every time I do hair, I go, I could have done that better. But no, I don't disparage the it's the same with hands, right? It's the oh well no, she just loves having her hands in her pockets. She's just that cool approach. Yeah, very small ears. But you don't hear a lot of jokes about them. Good job, guys. We're telling the jokes quietly enough to where Bob doesn't pick them up. Excellent. It's all going according to plan. Yes. Got him. Deary dear. I have an uncle in particular who loves like really on the nose jokes like that. You and he would get along swimmingly, I reckon. Me personally, I hate jokes. I get really angry when people tell jokes. They go, knock, knock. I go, who's there? They go, orange. I go, oh, that's a bit strange. Orange who? And they go, orange, you glad that I said knock, knock? And then my head ruptures. The worst. Yeah, Bob. Fills me with rage. Ugh, jokes and clowns, but not for the reasons that you think. People are scared of clowns. Clowns are scared of me. Just cuts to children's birthday party with adult Mahali sitting at the back, thunder brows, arms crossed, harumphing in the corner as hard as he possibly can. Flames all over yeah, exactly, like steam billowing out of my ears. You don't have to struggle with it too much. You barely tackle realism. And if you do, you just kind of chicken scratch it and clean it up later when the rest is looking. I tragically have picked the hardest path of like alluding to as much realism as it makes sense to for the piece. And it does me no favors. It does me absolutely no favors. All of my flaws are on display. Na, 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 No, I enjoy it. Like, as much as I grumble, I do really enjoy learning new textures. Because when you do figure them out, it can be super duper satisfying. Like, I used to hate, despise, loathe working with metal textures. But now I look forward to them because I've pulled them off a few times, and it feels like each new opportunity is like another chance to really either nail it or figure out like another application for metal textures, or like figuring out what if maybe it was more of a matte metal as opposed to a fully reflective metal, that sort of thing. It's more fun to explore now that I've got more of a handle on it. Hope one day you buy copper from a dude and it's terrible copper, so you can call the dude E Nazir and roast him so hard. That's completely above my pay grade. I don't recognize the name. I mean, Unless it's an EA. Clay tablet that was sent to the ancient city state. The tablet which measures blah, 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 documents the transaction which Ianazur, a trader, allegedly sold substandard copper to a customer. Bob, there are throwbacks, and then there is a historic throwback. And I feel as though you've nailed it. It's on me for not picking up on it. I'm so sorry. As a terrible copper merchant, that's really funny. That's my legacy. Just a terrible quality copper. That is actually the risk, though, right? Where it's the fear. It's the fear. I fear that my legacy will come down to, you know, some like archaeologists in the year 55, 30 billion, uncover like an old disk drive or something, and it's my Warhammer 40. It's my Warhammer 40k fanfic. And they're like, oh, this is my Harley guy. Not great, is he? This is awful. Ugh, even more of a reason to make sure that that disk drive is destroyed. To be fair, though, that's the way that I feel about my art. Every like 6 months, I'll look back at art that I've done previously and just go, well, hope that gets destroyed at some point. It's a terrible mindset to have. Awful, incredibly self-destructive, but it's also true, I have to admit. Dave is looking solid, though. Oh, first of all, thank you. I do appreciate. But I won't feel that way in like 6 months. In 6 months, I will want to nuke Dave off the face of the earth. It's nothing against Dave. It's all me. Thank you, though. I appreciate the compliment. Poor Dave. Your mum keeps the awful paintings you did when you were a kid. You keep making to burn it. Yes. Yes. My first ever landscape that I did as part of a as part of an art class is currently hanging up at my mum's place in the living room, and my eyes bleed. My eyes bleed every time I walk into the room. It's awful. I hate it so much. It's just not finished. It's just, it's a landscape as depicted by somebody who really, really needs glasses and just refuses to get the prescription. I should be nicer to myself. I should be. And yet here we are. With me not being very nice to myself. It's a habit. Ooh, 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 ooh. I could have a part in the hair here, and then some of the bone could poke through. Could do a bit of that. Yeah, Dave, unfortunately, your professor, your Dr. Frankenstein is a bit of a jerk. And does not go, it lives, my perfect creation. Instead goes, I mean, it's not great. Dave, if you were to go on a rampage and go and like sequester yourself within a burning windmill, and like turn all the townspeople against, like, I fully get it, fully understand. I've done you wrong. I am honestly surprised that we haven't had like a decent Frankenstein movie for like 40 years, I want to say. When was the last one? When was the last decent one? It was with what's his face? It was with Gene Wilder, wasn't it? Young Frankenstein, I think. Yeah, 1970. Frick. 1974. 50 years ago. 50 years plus was the last decent one. The problem with it being even moderately okay at art is all your friends think you know how to do all... Yeah. Yep. I mean... the problem I have is that I can't accept any positive feedback for anything ever. So I don't know. Somebody will say like, "Oh, I really like that portrait" or something, and I will feel worse for it. Oh, best viewers, heck yeah. It is legitimately something that I struggle with, though. It's all well and good to be humble, but this isn't being humble. This is just being stupid. Not being able to accept things that you've done correctly makes improvement more difficult, because you're less likely to latch on to things at work, right? Because you can't recognize the good in things that you've done. It's terrible. Do not take my mindset. Absolutely not. And that's the same thing for compliments, right? If somebody's complimenting your work, you need to be able to take it on board as legitimate feedback, so that way you know how things are perceived from outside of your perspective. And if you can't take it on board, you're actively shooting yourself in the foot with two guns. Two guns for both feet. You'll be playing Jackbox, and one of them will whine that you're going to win at a drawing challenge. And you're like, relax, I'm going to do stick figures or something. You're trying to have fun. Well, yeah, right? But not just not just that. The risk for creative types with like a Pictionary-esque game is that you're more likely to overcomplicate things and end up with an image that people have just no idea what you're drawing. So, dude, can't you just depict it with stick figures, please? I can't believe you didn't understand it. I was so obviously depicting the concept of passion. Did you not recognize both Romeo and Juliet in the scene? I mean, I understand not being able to quite pick out the vial of poison that I depicted as well, but that's on me. Everything else, though. Yeah, exactly. And then depending on the artist. I don't understand. You're supposed to depict snowboarding? What is this? It is a metaphor. It is a metaphor for snowboarding. Okay, if you say so. Okay, and then in theory, if I go with... Yeah, there we go. If I go with smaller highlights on the hair back there, it gives the impression that the bun is further away. This part of the hair, though, is looking a little bit flat, so maybe if I bring some of the highlights forward a little bit and kind of angle them up, it'll give more of the impression that the hair is traveling away from the perspective. Perhaps. Yeah, perhaps not. Yeah, that's working. Cool. Ghoulie, I completely forgot to ask. How was the weekend? I know that I did message you, but like, how'd it go? How was the booth? Sorry, it completely slipped my mind. I was giddy about vegan food. Please forgive me. It went well. Oh, love to hear it. Love to hear it. Was it for the full weekend? Was it the one day? But I'm right. Feedback can be hard to get from friends and peers. For you, they go, oh, I don't know, finish the back. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, the amount of times where I specify, like, no, okay, so this is the part that I've done, and I want feedback on the part that I've done, please. And they go, it's difficult to say without that part done. It's like, oh. Didn't end up with power at your booth, so you had to talk to people? Oh, geez. And you survived? God, you're a brave man, Ghoulie. Braver than I could ever be. Just one day, but mega confidence booster. Hey, nice to hear. Nice to hear. Didn't sell much, but you got a lot of great experience. Well, that's the thing, right? Is unless you go and try it, it's always going to be kind of nebulous in your head as to how the experience is going to play. So actually going and seeing what it's like is just super valuable in and of itself, you know. People treating you like an actual artist. Lots of weirdos. Oh my goodness. I'm just imagining like the cape and you like skulking at the back of your booth like, get away from me, get away. Beautiful. Stay back. You're in a corner booth? Excellent. Perfect for skulking. Yeah. Leave me to my wares. Be gone. Going to turn your dishwasher on. Everybody go do your dishes. I put my dishes through this morning. Thank you very much. Nice reminder though. You just so happened to catch me when I've done my dishes before stream for once. Had your iPad doing time lapses of pieces, so you still had the essence of the doodle process. Yeah. Okay. So people could get a sense of like, yeah, without it being up on the screen. Only spent $20 on the monitor. You're going to use to AirPlay to... Oh, excellent. Oh, yeah, having to eat like... you know, however much it is for a monitor nowadays, like at least 120 or something. In Australian Monopoly monies. Yep. The big thing that I worry about for doing booth work would be if I were to do mass prints in order to sell them, it would actually be really, really, really expensive for me. So the idea of taking a loss, like it's a loss I would happily take, but still it would be like a big chunky loss. Very happy only being 20 bucks out. Yep. The thing that I have to come to terms with though is that it's not a blanket loss full stop. Once I have all of that print, it's stock that I would then own that I could then redistribute with online prints. It's a mental war, you know. It was like 150 bucks for you just to get about 55 prints for a quick turnaround cheap paper. Yeah. Yep. The paper that I use is like, I mean, it depends on which print job I'm doing. For like my big A5s, it's pretty chunky. It's like a good 60 to 70 bucks per print for the big ones. This is with like with artist compensation and stuff through the printing company as well. They give me a good discount. It's just. Granted, I wouldn't be printing A5s for a booth, so I'm at least dodging that cost. Still, use Print Keg. They do amazing. Yep. Problem is because of how painterly my style is, it means that I need to go with like super duper quality stuff, or else like the colors all blend together and it becomes just awful to look at. Really want to save up and get one of those fancy printers. Yeah. I'll end up getting one at some point. But that's for future Mahalia to worry about, and for current day Mahalia to just paint Dave. Don't worry about it. Just keep painting Dave. One pen stroke in front of the other. Just focus on Dave. Give Dave the TLC he deserves, you know? Yeah. Yep. both sides of it. Yeah, absolutely. No, this is painting one. Second painting will be from like a Vogue pose from behind where he's looking over the shoulder, just bam, you know? Really hitting you with the drama shot. So stupid. Yeah, Dave, can we get another one, but with you lounging on the Lamborghini, please? Yes, yes. Give us a nice sultry look, Dave. Yes, the pout, yes. That's the stuff. Your fans will love it, Dave. Okay, I'm needing to add more detail and contrast to the bone because currently right now it just looks like it's made of plasticine and it's kind of floating. Whereas if I can add a little bit more depth to it and a little bit more going on, it'll bring it into the piece a little bit better. So I'm thinking things like a little hairline crack around the circumference ought to do its job a little bit. Do that job a bit. The fun part about adding in a hairline fracture is I can then add lighting nuance. And then I can also, because it's a hairline fracture, blend it out a little bit as well. Because it tends to blend with the rest of the bone. Because of how minute it is. Welcome back. I hope the ads were fun. What we get? Do we get any deodorant ads where anybody like passive aggressively called stinky? It was a good solid 6 months where everybody in my chat was getting deodorant ads. I don't know what that says, but like a little bit rude. No deodorant ads. No. Oh, okay. Good. Got a Disney ad where it implied you should love your kids more. Don't even have kids. I mean, Bob, those sound like excuses to me. Remaining stinky for you having ads. Excellent. Glad to hear. Don't worry, Captain. No deodorant for me. What? Okay, then a little bit of a dent in there. Ought to add a bit of quirk. Something like that. There we are. Ba-boom. The hairline fracture is a little bit too clean by Windows. Sorry, I did skim the spacebar for a second when pressing the Alt key. That's my bad, Windows, okay? I acknowledge my error. So we'll have the hairline fracture split. And then I'm even considering adding in a second entirely separate hairline fracture as well. Could help to really sell how poorly done by this bone in particular is. And then if we're going to do that, we need another split somewhere separate as well. Because 1 is tragic, 2 is a coincidence, and I don't like having coincidences in my pieces. I prefer for it to be an established condition. Hairline fracture. I mean, that's what it's called, right? Is when it's the teeny tiny splits. A hairline fracture, also known as a stress fracture, is a tiny crack in a bone, often caused by repetitive stress or overuse, rather than a single forceful impact. While it might appear minor, it may be painful, and if not treated, can become more severe. There you go. It's a thing. It's a thing. Yeah, not. I don't. Adding in the dash does a lot of harm. Ironically, you hear stress and hairlines are sometimes related. I mean, yeah, they can be. Van, no, I do believe that is a thing, but unless you're consistently rolling around on your head, I don't think you're. Could you get a hairline fracture in your skull? Could it be a thing? I mean, for like contact sports, maybe. I mean, I do headbutt the wall quite often. That could probably do it eventually. It's in his hair, Mahali. I thought, no. It's legitimately a thing. What did I say before, Fields? I hate jokes. I hate them. Laughter, jokes, being jovial or lighthearted in any respect. Absolutely not. Not on my watch. That is a good point, though. The bone is in his hair. So it could be seen as a pun. Not that I'd ever actually acknowledge it. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Fields, I don't judge your pastimes. Sometimes walls just need headbutton, you know? You know? Can I get an amen on that one? How you going, Van? How's your day been so far? Is it daytime or nighttime for you at the moment? Because it's 2 o'clock in the afternoon for me. Just as a point of reference. Had Cloud jump in earlier and be like, Bahali, you've done 2 streams today and I'm pissed. And to that I had to say, no, I haven't. Technically, 2 different days for me. Thinking about your brother smashing a cabinet off its hinges with his forehead. Then he got mad at you for leaving it open instead of using. I mean, I feel as though both are partly in the wrong in this particular case. It was left open as a bit of a hazard, but hitting it with that much force is also, I feel, not something that can be done unless you're being a little bit absent-minded, to say the least. I mean, hey, if your brother wants to do zoomies around the house with his eyes closed, that's his right. And I think you ought to respect it a little bit more. Attention, everyone. I'm going to be doing the zoomies now. Get out of my way. Don't know how he did it, because he walked into it and the direction that in the direction that it closes. Freaking how? What? That's a superpower at that point, I think. Blending. But yes, Schoolie, I'm glad to hear that you had a good time. It fills my heart with optimism that art shows are not scary to attend. I'll try to follow in your stead at some point. Maybe not this year, we'll see. But I'll do it. I have to. Glad to hear that it filled you with confidence, though. I hope so. Even if I just go with a couple of prints, it's worth doing. Yeah, that's fair. If anything, it'd be a good feeling to like sell out of stock, right? I'm so sorry. It was an absolute rush this morning. 2 people came through, picked them up, quick smart across the span of like 3 hours. Oh man, you should have been here earlier. Deary dear. I have seen people of a similar style to me producing things like playmats, mouse pads, that sort of thing, sort of like a practical art product. And that seems interesting. I could potentially try something like that. But that would go with the experience, right? if I go with my prints, and I realise that there's quite a bit of a hankering for sort of a desk mat or something, then it's something I could always pivot to. What do you reckon, Dave? You want to be a mouse pad? So supportive. Look at him. He just gives you that knowing look.
Yes, Mahali. I've always dreamed of being a mousepad.
Dave. Dear, dear. I reckon we'll have a little streaky highlight through the center of the bone as well. That's something we definitely could have. Something akin to that. Yeah, perfect. Any luck with finding any of the 40k books, Fields? Ever seen those 3D mouse? Yes, with like Genji from Overwatch, and it's just his buns on full display. Ah, yes. Now I'm gaming. Fully immersive experience. I feel like I'm doing a Dragon Blade. I can imagine. I can imagine what alternatives to it are. Oh my goodness, we could do that with Dave and have his nose be 3D. It would just work. It would just work, I reckon. Beautiful. My Dave, what a bulbous nose you have today. Amazon has a lot on Kindle, but you'd rather own physical? Don't even know where to start on the books for Sisters of Battle or what to search for keywords. I think that Reddit would be your best place to start. Would just be type in something along the lines of Warhammer 40k, Sisters of Battle, where to start reading, or something along those lines. And if nothing comes up, then just post on the Reddit. Be like, hey, I'm new to 40k lore. I like the idea of reading Sisters of Battle. Where would you guys recommend that I start? And have a bunch of the friendliest nerds you'd ever meet will most likely come up with an answer for you. Reddit is pretty great for these sorts of things. You were leading to the 3D nose man. Perfect. Heck yeah. I can see it too. Like I can viscerally see it in my mind's eye. Dave, you would look beautiful. looking to read about Sisters of Battle, but not for fetish reasons. Your friend told you they were very important to specify that you have the normal standard. Well, I don't think they're especially sexualized nowadays. I think that's very much so a thing of the past. But yeah, it can be a little bit like that with some of the older stuff, unfortunately. You wish you knew what that said. It's a chapter of Battle Nuns. It's sexy regardless of how it's told. I mean, I guess. I mean, hey, if it's your thing. Love a woman in battle armor. It honestly, some of the coolest like passages and stuff that I've ever seen snippets of from 40k literature. Sisters of Battle, really, really, really cool. They do like the most insane, like overly pious, think like Crusaders, like on the brink of absolute damnation, like pulling off ridiculous miracles and stuff. It's so cool. So cool. Wrote a book with a close relationship between two female characters. They're gonna get shipped. Nothing you can do about. Oh, for sure. It's more that they don't like the authors don't push for it as much as they used to. Basically at all nowadays. I can't say with like absolutes. I can't say they are not sexualized by the authors at all, because I can't speak to every piece that comes out. But from what I've seen, the authors have completely diverted from that direction. What readers choose to glean from it is completely up to them. Except not published, I guess. It's only 50k words. I haven't edited it. That's still a possibility. I mean, if you enjoy the work that you've produced, I wouldn't hold myself back. You can never what's it? You can never truly control like what the reader perceives from something. But that's not really, at least for me, that's not really what it's about. It's more, was it satisfying to write? Are you happy with how it reads for you? Like, was it a satisfying experience? And then beyond that, it gets released into the world. At least with my mindset when it comes to creating stuff, it gets released into the world, and then it's beyond you at that point. I guess if you wanted to, like if you wanted to make sure that it never was perceived in a way that's outside of your control, then don't publish, I guess. Like, it is a choice. Like, you could do that. I mean, hey, like, if you enjoy the process of writing it, and then you enjoy the idea of it not being like read by other people, then who's to say that that's a wrong way of going about it? But you're not going to try to sell it till you've rewritten that particular work. Okay. Zootopia fandom is completely insane. I mean, hey, if they're having fun. I've seen some like snippets from online, and you are right. It seems pretty full on, but hey, just to each their own. Love the Tumblr post that's like, she may have some sexy feet, but remember, she's still a cop. Remember, guys. So silly. I mean, hey, if like, just goes to show how important these characters are for people if they're having to like rationalize things and stuff, you know? Peak Discord. Yep. Discourse. Yep. It's legitimately a joy to be invested in something so much that you care, you know? So I personally don't get it, but that's fine. It's not for me to get. It's cool that people have found something that really matters to them in a way. One person who made that one infamous Zootopia comic is crazy. It's really cool that people can just make a comic out of fan fiction, but then there's the Zootopia Kennedy assassin. Well, wait, what? Oh, dearie dear. Art is a fun thing, isn't it? Distilling Judy Hopps into a character. Pros, sexy feet. Cons, cop. Presumably she has other qualities. But these are the two that are most... No. Yeah, to that person, absolutely. These are the two factors that matter the most. As long as they're, like, not carrying these things into, like, personal relationships and like hurting other people in the process, I think it's fine. What do I hate? Funnels. I hate fun. I hate jokes. I hate clowns. Yep. All of these things. Just joy in general. Calling your wife Judy on X. Oh my goodness. Yeah, we're at the restaurant. Ready to go. If you're good to just hop on over. If you're good to come on over. Oh jeez, I've gone and said it. Hi, Reddit. Yeah, it's me. It's Mahali. I said the H word again, and she blew up at me. Dear, dear. It's tough. It's tough. This would make an insane out of context clip. Well, I'm glad that nobody's clipping these. It's fine. Remember that time Mahali just... Remember when Mahali weighed in on the Zootopia discourse? You like drow, another fetish material concept that people now have to... Oh, it's ads at the moment. I'll wait for a second. Discord loses their mind on the H word. Yeah. What happened? It happened again, guys. I'm sorry. I let it slip. Now, I want this strand of hair to have a little bit of irregularity to it when it comes to thickness, just because I run the risk of it looking like a piece of pasta. I don't know. It looks a little bit too strange when you block in a piece of hair like that. Whereas if you have it vary in thickness, it gives the sense that it's waving around a little bit. It's got varying angles going on, distances, that sort of thing. Yeah, see, that's immediately looking better. Welcome back. You like drow, another fetish material concept that people now have to pretend is a serious part of D&D? I mean, yeah. But to be fair, I think it's fine to have like a sexy side to D&D if that's what interests you, and I think it's fine to like respec it to be sort of a little bit more like serious in the sense that like all of the characters have like functional use, you know? You want a Dave print? I'll see what I can do. Frayed hair strands. Well, not just frayed, but also just if it's one thickness all the way down, then it's implying that you're looking at this character straight on, and that piece of hair is at a consistent distance away from you for the entirety of its arc, and that's just not how hair works, you know? Like it's moving a bit. It's perhaps not entirely straight. It's perhaps not entirely the same thickness, you know? Like there's variation in hair that displays itself as variation in thickness. That smooth head on the one side is pretty fashionable. I think you'd be more okay with sexy D&D if your gaming group did not almost entirely consist of the sexiness of the sex you're not attracted to. Yeah, I mean, and that's where like finding a group that works for you is like half of the fun of putting together D&D groups. That's always the case, right? Like, regardless of what you want out of a D&D session, it's about finding a group that has similar, wants and tastes to yourself, or at least there's enough crossover to kind of allow for everybody to play at the table. Dave in a Maybelline commercial. He's a cutie. What can I say? Hair swaying. Maybe she's born with it. Maybe it's Maybelline. Really? Do I have to? Yeah, apparently so. They would slay in that ad? Absolutely. He's an eye catcher. What can I say? Like, Dave passes you in the street and you are absolutely going, who was that? You're out with your partner. No, I wasn't looking. I wasn't looking. I was just looking around. Rugged and fabulous. Yeah. With the twigs in the hair and the bone through the top knot. Got the dreaded. Can you use your phone RNG event yesterday? Where you're going to get groceries. You got the dreaded. Can you use your phone RNG event yesterday? Can you use your phone RNG? I'm only aware of this when I'm like trying to make decisions where I don't have like a coin or dice on me and I use my phone to auto-gen me a number. Oh, can I use your phone? RNG event. Right, I pieced two words to... Yep. It was a random encounter with an NPC walking up to you saying, hey, can I please use your phone? Yeah, no, the dreaded, absolutely. What did you do? Did you do the classic run as fast as you can away from them, or did you let them use it? I always go with the call for help, not on the phone but out loud option. Help! I'm being harassed. No, I don't think I have been. I don't think I have been stopped by somebody saying, "Hey, can I please use your phone?" One time you let a dude use your phone and he gave it back. It was weird. Oh. No, Bob, don't tell me that. I'm gonna have nightmares. Asked if you had a phone first, actually, but you had earbuds in, so you couldn't just say no. I'm currently listening to my iPod Shuffle. Sorry. I mean, it's not a ridiculous question. I mean, you've got those smartwatches, right, that you can use in lieu of a phone nowadays. I would never be so bold as to ask somebody if I could make a call on their Apple Watch. Oh my goodness, that's just a whole world of extroverted that I will never attain. Hello. But yeah, no, like I guess it. Yeah, I guess it is a question that is relevant nowadays. But like, yeah, that is a bit tragic. Unfortunately, you had proof of phone on display. you did one time get a crazy idea in your head, create a character who felt a certain way about a drow, stole a drow priestess's robe from a room and went looking for an elf lady of the night to do some... I mean, hey, as I said, if that's the kind of story that you want to explore, by all means. As long as you don't use that dreaded H word in reality after you've come back from checking it out, Just wanted a weird little guy character in a fade to black suit. Yeah, I mean, fair. I'd imagine so. The problem that I'd foresee is that even though you've got that in your head as like your intention, they don't have that. They don't have that side of the intention. So they're just seeing you play out that scene and go, "Oh my god, where is he going with this?" I did say the H word before. It was part of a joke. See, this is why I hate jokes. This is why I hate jokes. Yeah, basically. Yeah. Yep. It's why I strongly believe in the like communicating your intentions part of the TTRPG thing, where instead of just like playing out a scene, starting the scene with like, so this is what I intend to do, and then going ahead with that type of thing. If you know that it's going to be like maybe a little bit like eyebrow raising, takes you places, and it could be hard to know in the moment if those are good places. Yeah, no, that's fair. If you're kind of lost in it a little bit, no, that is fair. I think because I've spent so long being the GM, I've developed quite a bit of self-awareness when it comes to how I'm playing characters. Because I'm having to juggle so much at any given time, I don't really sink into the moment that deep, And then maybe there's a downside to that, where I don't get to like enjoy just being in character as much. I don't get lost in it as much, but pros and cons. Okay, I need to get the shadow under the chin right, or else. I'm excited for tonight because we're in the titular Tomb of Annihilation, and we're going around and acquiring MacGuffins. And recently we've just discovered that this deadly tomb of deadly traps is deadly. I know, shocking, terrifying. So it's led to us sort of becoming the mystery Inc. and sort of creeping around a little bit more. Which has, funnily enough, just kind of ended up with us getting into even more trouble than what we'd initially done. So I'm more than expecting it to snowball horrendously. It's one of the reasons you don't prefer DMing. Not just the burnout and the responsibility, but knowing everything and playing multiple people is actively harmful to immersion. I don't mind it, but maybe that's just because I don't enjoy getting into character like fully as much. I prefer to kind of be on top of everything. Your friend has a thing for the alien from the Alien movies. I mean, the xenomorph is, I could see why the curvaceous dome The spindly fingers. It's all right there. What do I know about the gods of Omu at this point? So we know the acidic blood. Yeah, exactly. We know that we know the trickster god story. Obviously, we've gone and completed all of the different temples, and then we also know that they probably weren't animals, in the sense that we've encountered their little spoilers for Tomb of Annihilation. We've encountered their little sarcophagi, even to the point where my character is possessed by one. So that's all we know so far. We don't know why they're buried in the same tomb as I mean, the big necromancer dude isn't buried, obviously, but possessed, that's the word you were looking for. There you go. The more she talks about it, the more you're coming around. I mean, hey, I heard a story once of somebody being incredibly attracted to Jar Jar Binks. So, I mean, to each their own. Got possessed by one of them, and it completely changed your character. Yeah, it's turned my character into a bit of a coward, which has been fun because he's been a complete go-getter since the start. And the other characters have caught on to it, and they side-eye him every time he makes a comment out of cowardice. It's very, very funny. It's getting to the point where I think he's going to have an intervention at some point. A Sith of that power and subtlety. Of course, you'd be attracted to Jar Jar. Yes, of course. So exquisitely played. I do find that theory to be really funny. The Darth Jar Jar theory, where secretly he's a Lord of the Sith the whole time, and it just the idea of doing that with a character that clumsy is very, very funny to me. Don't get the hate for Jar Jar. Always liked him. It's different going into it. It depends. Did you watch? Were you around for when the original movies were out first, and then you watched the prequels, or were the prequels always just kind of part of the Star Wars experience? Because if they always were kind of just there, then the expectation doesn't really get shifted. Whereas in in episodes 4, 5, and 6, you didn't really have that slapstick element outside of maybe the droids, kind of, maybe the Ewoks a little bit, but Jar Jar just kind of cranked it up to 37, which is fine. It's just it clashed with people's expectation as to how serious the movies were supposed to be. And that's kind of where the hatred comes from, at least from my understanding. You're not in your 50s. I mean, you could have been. Character became impulsive, which was fun to play for you, but not for your party. Basically, you played it, that very idea. Basically, you played it that every idea that you had was a good idea. I mean, that is impulsiveness to a T. Yep. Yeah, it depends, because some groups are fully okay with just sort of seeing where the roleplay kind of takes the group. whereas other people kind of prefer a little bit more self-awareness from the players to sort of make sure that everybody's actively having a good time. Neither is right or wrong. It's just kind of depending on the group, you know. The group and expectations. I think your first Star Wars was Revenge of the Sith when you were a kid. Then you watched all the old ones with your uncle, so maybe that's why. Yeah, I'd imagine so. It tends to be why the prequels are seen in a better light by people of a younger generation. I say that as if I'm not part of that younger generation, but the only reason why I don't see it that way as much is just because I didn't watch the prequels that much. So I didn't develop that like adoration of them in the same way that other kids my age sort of growing up alongside the prequels kind of did. I'd imagine in the same vein that the sequels, episodes 7, 8, and 9 will be seen really positively in like, I don't know, 10 years or something. You're very methodical, calculating person by nature, not because all your ideas are good, but because you have a good filter. Yeah, and like the TTRPG environment is a good space to be able to like let loose a little bit, but again, it kind of depends on the group, because some groups just aren't okay with that, which is fair and valid. It's just it just depends on the group. Did find some of those older ones to have long stretches that were really boring. You will say a lot of the sets and scenery look much cooler to me, though. Well, yeah, that's kind of the argument that they had, right? Is that apparently the originals are sort of a little bit more contemplative, where it's like you sit with the characters a little bit more. You give scenes a bit of time to sort of mull over themselves a little bit more, whereas the prequels are, you know, snap, 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 constant, you know, action, 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 scene, 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 things, plot, development, characters, blah, blah, blah. It's just different, you know. And then obviously the originals had your practical sets, had your matte paintings, which are far more grounded than maybe your special effects tend to be. Okay, how the frick am I gonna do? Here's long, luscious hair down here that doesn't make it look too busy. I think I'll only really put care and attention into this area down here, just to bring that bit forward, kind of imply that that hair is receding like up back a little bit more. And then obviously when I clean up the twigs, that'll help as well. The newer ones are okay. You're not a huge nerd for Star Wars. You're kind of just going back into Star Wars every so often because you want to watch the thing you loved as a kid sometimes. Yeah. I think that's fine. I think that's more than fine. I think it's fine to have like a passionate fan base about something as well. It just gets a little bit toxic when people are just catching strays for no reason, you know? Like, I think it's fine to be passionate about things, but as soon as you're like sending threats to people and stuff when they don't have the same opinion as you, I think that starts to get a bit problematic. Judy Hopps' feet are the main characters of the Zootopia films. Frick you. Okay, we're getting there. Dave, your hair's not looking too bad. Not looking too bad at all. I don't think I'll put as much shine into the hair down the bottom, given that I want it to kind of be implied that the light source is like quite high. But that doesn't mean no highlights. That does not mean no highlights at all. It just means a bit more subtlety. You did love The Mandalorian, though. A lot of the newer Disney series, like Andor and whatever the others are called, were pretty boring, in your opinion. I mean, I've heard that both Andor Season 1 and Season 2 are, like, really, really good. So it might just be a taste thing, right? Like, how we were talking about how people prefer the originals being a little bit, you know, more given more breadth to, you know, sit with scenes, and maybe that's a little bit boring for people. Wanted to start an internet argument? No, frick you, Bob. I wasn't going to say anything, but now I'm inconsolably pissed. Actually, so something that none of you will care about, so it means that I'm not at risk of starting an actual fight here. Overwatch, right? That game that everybody loves. Recently, they've introduced a ban system to their competitive mode. So when you start up a game, you can vote to ban heroes for the match, right? Sounds pretty simple. The ban system tends to exist in most competitive games in different ways, shapes, or forms. Whatever it happens to be. Who cares? One character in particular in the hero roster, namely the character Sombra, has been banned at around a 99% ban rate. For the past, I want to say 2.5 weeks since the mode is launched. Which is just incredible. It's really funny to me. Regardless of like how right or wrong it is, how fair or unfair it is, I find that concept really funny. Maybe I'm a bad person for saying that. The amount of Sombra players who have gone into absolute meltdown mode, understandably so, has also been very funny to me. To the point where I've seen across the past 2 weeks, 3 Sombra players get banned off of Reddit completely of their own like actions. It's for somebody who's completely adverse to conflict, completely conflict avoidant. There is some level of satisfaction sitting there with a little bag of popcorn and watching things just implode. Again, maybe I'm a terrible person for making this observation, but I find it really funny. Maybe it's because I'm not invested, right? Like if it was about, I don't know, Judy Hopps, maybe I would be similarly enraged to the point of implosion. So like it's a lack of application of empathy on my part. But just from an outside perspective, very, very funny. Once crashed out on a mod on a community you were in, and the mod left a month later. Coincidence? Well, yeah, I mean, there would be a degree of coincidence there, yeah, where it's just like, it just so happened to be that this person was particularly toxic. But coincidences can also be funny. So, I just said her name. I didn't say the thing as like a verb, so it's fine. All right, let's get back to Dave. Let's hop to it, shall we? I don't know what you're talking about, Fields. I'm focusing on art. Plus, I hate jokes. We've established this. Yeah, no, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Mom, Mahali's gaslighting again. Okay. I should look up stubble. Stubble on chin. Gatekeeping and girl bossing again. True. Ah, there we go. There we go. Have some chin with some stubble. Perfect. Excellent. Slaking. There's a YouTuber who competes in Pokemon. You've probably heard of it. Wolfie VGC. Regardless, he covers like competitive Pokemon, metas, the state of the game, how the game's evolved over time, like different strategies, blah 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 blah. There is a Pokemon called Slacking, and that's the joke, right? Is it's a sloth type Pokemon, and its name is Slacking. We get it, right? 1 + 1 = 2. You laugh. We hate that. But this particular monster insists on referring to said Pokemon as Slaking, and I understand that he's doing it on purpose. I understand that he gets a little joy out of every time it prickles me. Like, every time the hairs on the back of my neck stand up because he pronounced it incorrectly and he chuckles to himself. I don't care. I jump onto Reddit. No, I don't jump onto Reddit. I don't get myself banned. But still, like, it's that energy of just pure, unadulterated rage. How dare? How dare? Pokemon's absolutely rife with it, though, to be honest with you. Like, the amount of times that you'll have, like, one half of the community swear up and down that a Pokemon is pronounced one way, and then you have the other half of the community that will just absolutely try to obliterate you online if you try and pronounce it the other way. It's very funny. I'm spotting a pattern. Is it being a wallflower? Is that the term? Where you just enjoy watching discourse unfold? I suppose in some ways I enjoy being a wallflower. I hope I'm using that correctly. That's the yellow rat. Yeah, yep. I don't understand. No, that's a lie. I do understand why Pikachu is the mascot. Because is Ash's favorite Pokemons. Is Ash's first Pokemons. But like, it's the most like boring Pokemon ever. Sorry, Pikachu lovers. I am starting my rage post. Why couldn't the mascot for Pokemon be this? Why couldn't it be this? Nintendo? Game Freak? The Pokemon Company? Why couldn't it have been Muck? That's all I'm saying. This is exciting. This is fun. But no, it's the vibrant mouse, I guess. With the lovable personality. Ugh. Boring. Make Porygon Z the new mascot for Pokemon. That's all I'm saying. Farfetch'd is arguably the most boring Pokemon. Literally just a bird with a bit of celery. Yes, and would still be more entertaining as the mascot. No, that is fair. I do like Farfetch'd design. Surfetch'd apostrophe S design. God. Surfetch'd. Check out this just absolute legend. It is a bird. Da-da-dum. With a leak. Da-da-dum. And another leak as a shield. It's beautiful. Just, this is cinema. This is what I'm talking about. C'est magnifique. Is much cooler. Yeah, I completely agree. It's still just a bird, but... What? I'm now curious. Wallflower. Meaning. Yeah, let's go with that. Ah, a southern European plant with a fragrant yellow, orange, red, dark red, or brown flowers that bloom in early spring. Ah, that's... Yeah, no, that's entirely what I meant. Yeah, thanks, Google. A person who has no one to dance with or who feels shy, awkward, or excluded at a party. This is actually me, but not what I intended. Yes, Fields, I think you're entirely right. I think it was fly on the wall, not wallflower. Both apply, but fly on the wall is what I intended. That's me. Yeah, exactly. I am a southern European flower that has yellow, dark red, or brown flowers. Correct. Correct. What a bloom of information. You got there. No, you absolutely nailed it. Excellent pun. Do puns count as joke? I suppose so. So I hate puns, I guess. But well done. Puns aren't outlawed. They're a legal grey area, dismissed. Yeah, no, that's fair. I mean, if I weren't to refer to them as jokes, I would nominate them as wordplay. So I mean, it's not awful. Love starting arguments about acronyms. As in, just in general, or about a particular aspect of acronyms? I mean, I personally dislike the fact that everything is... No, you know what? You know what I truly hate about acronyms? When people don't actually use like, when they go, or what's an example I can give? Probably not an actual example because I can't think of an actual one off the top of my head. But where people are long... Oh, computer? Hello? Oh, Photoshop crashed. You love to see it. Opening up again. We'll see if my work got saved or not. I believe it did. Tends to do a good job of recovering. CIA, FBI, they aren't acronyms. I mean... Oh, there we go. Immediately opened up into the file with all of my changes. Sweet. Let's quickly save. I hate it when they tell you it's an acronym. You go, oh, okay. What's the acronym? And they go, the acronym is SOAP. Right? SOAP. That's the acronym. Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. What does it stand for? And they're like, oh, right, it's security, rotation, orbital, global surveillance, acrobatic, polarity systems. And it's like, excuse me, you've just crammed 1 billion words into a 4-letter acronym. That's not an acronym. That's just garbage. That's just garbage at that point. You've clearly come at it with, I want to use the word soap, and you've just crammed as many things into it as you possibly could. Do hate when people leave the out of acronyms, even though it's the norm. Yeah. Yep. It feels as though there are no rules. They can just do whatever they want. which is just unacceptable, frankly. Frankly, unacceptable in my eyes. If you're going to play by the rules of Le Acronym, you need to actually, like, do the thing. It did roll back some of my progress. It doesn't have the little hairs on his lip. No. It's fine. Is a new word formed of the initials, which is why you vehemently deny FBI and CIA are acronyms. Federal Bureau of Investigation. So it has the of in there. CIA is creatures in apples. Consistently worms. What is the CIA acronym? I'm not sure. I haven't thought about it. Because FBI isn't a new word, you're just reading out the initials. Right. There's a difference though, because let's see. I would say FBI isn't an anagram, but it is an acronym. So anagrams are the ones where you have a word, like cats or whatever, and then you write out creatures attacking toes silently. Like that's an anagram, whereas an acronym doesn't have to abide by that. So I think it's a rules thing. If you pronounced it like Phoebe, you'd accept it. It's an initialism. Yeah, okay. No, I can get behind that. I can get behind that. You know what? So much so that I may even start referring to it as the Phoebe. Oh no, hide. Why? It's the Phoebe. They're here. My goodness, yes. I would take like TV series and movies so much more serious, so much more seriously if they insisted on using Phoebe for it. The seer is coming to. Oh my goodness! Hide behind the couch. It's the seer. I feel as though the IRA is like right there. You know, it's just like an inflection thing at that point. You're basically reading it as a word at that point. what do the Air Force ads that I get? What do they sign off with again? Is it the Australian Air Force? Is it AAF? Signing out for the AF. Oh no. I'm not gonna be able to read. I'm not gonna be able to read acronyms the same way. Sorry, initialisms. Disagree. As an acronym, it should never be just the letters read out individually, because then it's still just an initialism. No. So what I mean by the IRA is basically the same, is because it goes from the IRA to IRA, which is just like you were there except for like one letter. So I don't think it would change too much. Whereas Fibby is just funny. We're getting there. We're getting there. I think I did a little bit of speck highlight on the stubble underneath the lip, just because that's how... just a couple to pick it up a little bit. Then I do need to do a bit of stubble through the hair. The only one who's seen reason with this. I am an incredibly agreeable person. Is perhaps shocking. I'm very much so a believer in everybody's perspective like has some logic to it, whether it's sane logic or not. And if it's sane enough logic, it's like, yeah, okay, why not? Except when it comes to art stuff. That's when I really put my foot down. It's all super duper objective when it comes to art. It's not about opinions anymore. It's about indisputable fact. Indisputably, the Mona Lisa is good art. And that's the last I'll say on the matter. Is hot dog a sandwich? Ooh. Okay, so we spoke about this. We spoke about this a while ago. I want to say like towards the start of this year. I want to show you a graphic. Let me see if I can find it. Yes, here we go. Okay, introducing the cube rule. We'll add it to my visual references. Why not? Why not? So, a hot dog is not a sandwich because a sandwich requires a top containment and a bottom containment with filling. A hot dog does not abide by these rules because it is a surrounding containment with an opening at the top. You know what does abide by this rule? A taco. Therefore, a hot dog is a taco. Thank you very much. See? According to the cube rule, Katie, this is very important, incredibly important knowledge that we're absorbing into our brains. Definitely not a waste of time. A hot dog is in fact a taco. Yeah. Yep. Along the same lines, you'd think that a wrap would be a type of sandwich, kind of, right? Because it fits the same niche. But no, because as a wrap fully encapsulates something, right? So arguably, a wrap is a sushi because the container for the food item surrounds the filling. It's a sushi. So a sliced open a baguette, not separating the bread, that counts as a taco. Yes, correct. Yep. Correct. I have to commit to this logic because I've introduced it. I have to commit to it. A baguette sandwich that hasn't been fully separated would in fact be a taco. Yes, you are entirely correct. Yeah. You've come at the wrong time. You hate this. Sushi is a wrap. No. Yeah, okay. Well, however you want to flip it, whatever you want to take priority in the naming department, that's completely fine. Yeah, you can say that sushi is a wrap. Yeah, that's fine. Your wrap is more like a quiche. Do you seal the bottom of the wrap? Do you fold it over and close it? If so, then your wrap would be more like a quiche. Yeah, you would be correct. Are we also landing on lasagna as a cake? Yes, lasagna would be a cake. Yeah, correct. Because it would be slices of containment, housing, filling, all in between. Lasagna is a meat cake. Yeah, Billy gets it. Yeah, yep, correct. Fold bottom, then slides the nom top. Yeah. Yeah. As soon as you close the top, like a burrito would be a calzone, right? And then pizza would be a type of toast, obviously, because you've just got the one plane with the toppings on top. I feel as though this is making sense. I've yet to run into a conundrum yet. I'd imagine pasta is either a salad or toast. Well, Dave's coming along. He's almost finished. Rendered the hair, rendered the bone, more or less. Bone still needs a little bit of work. Working on the stubble now. The background won't be ready. The background for Dave will not be ready. There's no way. No chance. Is coffee a soup or a simmer sauce? Coffee would be a soup, right? The only reason why we denote it as being a drink is because it's not socially acceptable to drink soup. Otherwise, we'd be drinking soup in the same way. Don't see the problem. With that, back to work. Good luck, Billy. Bye. Have fun. Really does bring up a good point, though. I should focus. Yeah. Oh, Mahali just wants to have fun. Wants to have fun. Mahali wants to have. He just wants to. He just wants to. How you going, by the way, Katie? How's your day been so far? D&D tonight, will the piece be finished in time? It'll be mostly finished. It won't be completely finished. Specifically because I'm wanting to do up a background for it. Not like a full-on like detailed background or any like detailed environment or anything like that, but just like enough time to think about what kind of background I want for it. And then I also want to include, I think I spoke about it yesterday, the fact that he's got, as a bard, he's got little daisies. He's got little daisy smiling face motes that float around. Ads. Yeah, okay. I'll chill for a second. You're gonna have to. Yeah, thanks, Fields. Sorry. How long we got? 30 seconds. Easy done. Oh, ads finished. Welcome back. So as I was saying, I want to do up a background for him. Not like an environment per se, but doing up a background does take a bit of time, and I probably don't have time to do it. I also want because as a bard, he's got little smiley daisy motes that float around the people who he gives bardic inspiration to, and I want to include a couple of those behind him as well. So all in all, like the little extra details will take a bit of time. So I'm not confident that it'll be done by tonight, but mostly done. Like, he himself will be probably done by tonight. The craft gods look down at you at the op shop. Got heaps of awesome stuff today, and nice. Anything you'd love to share? No stress if you want to keep them to yourself. More than fine. Do I control the Discord OBS, or does someone else in the group? The Discord OBS. As in, for like calls and stuff? I'm confused. Send a pic to the Discord. Do a little PNG scene. I'm not familiar with that process, no. You might have to walk me through what you mean. As in, when you post an image, it pops up on stream? Put it in, share your art. Most of it's your art. Excellent. This is a party ensemble? So you assign your character art and you stream a virtual camera. When people talk, their character lights up and jumps. Oh, right. Yeah, no, I don't have that set up. I've got it so that when when somebody's talking on stream, their little profile image flashes. Yeah, that is some technical work. Yep. I'm good for now, but I'm sure when people are joining in on stream and they do have like character art that they have sort of representing themselves, it will come in handy. You are not tech savvy and you managed it. Yeah, like I've seen it done before, so I'm sure it is relatively straightforward. I've just I've never done it myself. Speaking of, we should totally stream at some point, Katie. If you're down to. Shout out on your Discord if you want to show you how to do it. No stress. Yeah, we'll do. Speaking of, what's the exciting news? I'm going to be streaming with Ghoulie again on Friday. I'm going to be having an extra stream in the afternoon around this time on the Friday, which will be fun. Can borrow the car. Oh my goodness, absolutely not. Absolutely. There'd be no room for actually showing what's going on. It'll be us painting or whatever, and then the audience wouldn't be able to see any of it. All they'd be able to see is like the car careening on a highway with me in the rear view mirror just screaming. Yeah, I'm excited. I'm going to be trying out drawing styles that I'm not practiced with at all. It's going to be horrendous. Should make an NPC or OC together somehow. Oh, that'd be fun. Yeah. The car needs to absolutely not. Absolutely not. I could chuck it in, but it would not be the primary. Yeah, Ghoulie, Ghoulie's been here for a while. Highly recommend his work, by the way. If you like like caricature-esque fun like face work and stuff, he also does really cool. I believe it's acrylic painting as well. You should be able to find his work through his Twitch account. Sorry, don't mind me, Ghoulie, just chilling you a little bit. Okay, I'm just wanting to do a bit of stubble around here and then blend it out further back, just so that you've got like a focal point that infers what's going on with the rest of the scalp. Ah, the monster mashes, yes. With Cody, it's difficult. For the past like couple of months, he's been streaming while when I've been struggling with sleep. So the best I've been able to manage is like the occasional lurk, but with my sleep fixed, I should be able to join for more. You haven't done any yet? Oh, highly recommend. Highly recommend. It's lots of fun. He was the one who inspired me to do the monthly prompt. time zones. Yeah. There are a few artists like that. Like I raided Kanda M, if you've heard of them before. Just check the name in chat. Blip 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 blip. Oop. Raided Kanda M yesterday. Love her work, but I never get to actually catch streams because she always streams at like 2 o'clock in the morning. But the stars aligned yesterday. It was awesome. One in like 10 minutes. It's terrible but funny. It's the joy though. It's an excuse to do a drawing, you know. We talked about doing line art without lifting the pen. Yeah. Yep. That's the plan. Rendering from there. I've been thinking about how I want to do that. Whether I acknowledge the line as being a crease. Like for example, if I'm doing a face and I do like eyeball like this and then eyeball like this, do I acknowledge this as being a crease? And in which case I shade it as if there's like an indentation in the brow? Or do I acknowledge that as being the brow? And then I think it'll depend on which bit. Like there will obviously be like a line for the mouth like down the side. And then I think I do it's going to be fun. It's going to be fun. I'm thoroughly excited. It starts at 11 p.m. tonight. Yeah. Yep. It's gonna be fun. I'm looking forward to like how inherently creepy is it gonna be, or will I be able to salvage it and make it look super, cool and stylish? Welcome the cats. Yep. That's what I'm excited for. Is I don't know how it's gonna work. It'll be a case of just putting pen to paper and seeing what happens. You put your monster in Discord. Oh, let's see it. Oh, that's incredible. What do you mean it was dumb? That's awesome. Squirt gun, dinosaur, chainsaw, cookies, and very focused. I see it all. It's all present. Little chainsaw bot. Yeah. Let me see if I can find my monster mash. Oh God, it'll be here somewhere. This is my sandwich. I drew a sandwich. It was sandwich, alien, shark, night or moon or something. I can't remember. Had an absolute blast with it. Really enjoyed the prompt. It was good. Zoom. Yeah. Yep. He's biting his lip for focus. Yeah, no, absolutely, like 110% focused. Very clearly see. Just closing a couple of redundant tabs of nonsense. Don't mind me. Okay. Anyway, back to stubble. I mean, zooming out for a second, the stubble's looking good. It's adding a bit of like focus to the piece that I didn't anticipate that it would. It dawns on me that maybe the rest of it was maybe looking a little bit too plasticine without extra different texture, and this is a type of texture that's setting itself apart. And And then for the sideburn, the stubble is going to get a little bit more. It's going to get shorter. It's probably fine. But yes, are we working on any projects at the moment? I haven't floated that question in a while. I've got a commission that I've been working on for a little bit now that is doing my head in. Fielden, you are having some emote fun in the Discord? No. Excellent. What have you unleashed? What have you done? Oh, dearie dear. I'm gonna have a look. I better not find any crayon drawings on the walls. Oh my goodness. You're just being incredibly descriptive. It's a form of charades that I wasn't expecting. Charades through emotes. Actually, no, that is a game, isn't it? That was a game that was played on the internet for a little while, where people would string together a sentence using only emotes and see if people could decipher it. Just on your monster. It's beautiful. It's beautiful controlled chaos. I don't mind. I don't mind. It's more... It'd be more if you flooded every channel with emotes, Bab. That I'd be truly cross. I'd have to put my hands on my hips and say that is not good. Yeah, no, that's my bad. Oh, dearie dear. No, I've gone and done it. Apologies. Cyan Goblin every... Oh, just rubber stamps. Yep. I love how you've got your tavern marking all planned out well ahead of time. Most of the time, when somebody would make the channel point purchase, I'd ask them, okay, what mark do you want? And they're like, the two most popular responses are, I don't know, let me think about it. And the second one is, random thing. Don't get me wrong, j'adore random thing, but it's nice and refreshing to have a bit of forethought going into it. What's the tavern market? Yeah, sure. So, in this part of the tavern where the bar is, different patrons of the tavern have their marking in different parts. So you've got a little RT detail up the top from Stewie. You've got a little frog marking from Frog. Pluto sign from Lani. You've got SpongeBob from Bebop. You've got a Dusty Telescope in a pit from Dusty Telescope. So you put in channel points and you get out a little marking in the tavern. So as long as there is real estate in the tavern, that option will be available. As soon as we hit the limit, basically it'll be, if you've got a marking there, you can cash in and you can change what marking you've got. Otherwise, sorry, no can do. Out of real estate, out of room. He's created in the tavern, so he must become the tavern. Absolutely. Yeah, yep. I throw together a little app-like icon for whatever you want. Literally, it can be whatever you want, within reason, obviously. anything safe for work, non-gory. I mean, I'm not sure how gory you could get with just like little stick figure S drawings, but still, as long as it's sensible, it can go in the tavern. I mean, I say sensible. We've got like Derpy SpongeBob and R2D2, so literally whatever you like. Yeah, I could absolutely do the little face. Yeah. Could create the Cyan Goblin on stream. Oh, we could. It wouldn't take too long though, would be the only thing. But I mean, doesn't mean the stream would have to be exclusively the Cyan Goblin. We could do other stuff as well. Saving your points. You want to be burnt into the wood? Yeah. Do it. Dust has an aspiration to save up a bajillion points, I believe he said, for basically infinite 5-minute scribbles, to basically get a commission from me for free. I'm looking forward to that many points getting cashed out. That'll be interesting to see. I believe the exact request was, I would like a 50-hour commission, therefore I will... Oh, we did the maths. Let's see. It would be... Calculator, please. Let's see. It would be 50 times 60. So that would be... That's how many minutes? And then divided by 5. 600 times 10,000 channel points. That's right, it was 6 million points. So Dust is currently saving up 6 million points. So everybody has their little projects, you know? Give him back the... give him a backstory and weapons and do a pretty rendition of him. Oh, yeah, like a full-on rendering? Yeah. With a little dagger? Yeah. You can't leave stream until it's done. The points dictate, you know? I don't think I've got that clause as part of the point redeem. But, I mean, if you say that that's true, that's just how it is. I'm now committed to that, I guess. You're at 5.8? Nice, not far. Yeah. 5.8 million? Hot damn. So, Katie, you're the recipient of 5.8 million gold points. What are you going to do with all your winnings? "10-minute collaboration." Heck yeah. You're on 3.6. What happens if you all redeem 5-minute doodles at the same time? It would be based on how it comes through on my end. So I've got a little activity feed thing on my side of OBS, and it comes through with like, this person has redeemed this person has redeemed this person has redeemed this. Whatever order it would come through on there would be the order in which I do the 5-minute scribbles. And also, yeah, eat cake is probably the next course of action, because if everybody 10-minute collab. Oh my goodness, yeah. The combined. I mean, if you wanted to, if two people commissioned the 5-minute doodle simultaneously and they both wanted a 10-minute collaborated image, I could absolutely do that. Absolutely. Don't put you on the spot with the mic. You don't know what to say. Oh, sorry. I did. I did put you into an uncomfortable situation there. My sincere apologies. 5-minute doodle collab sounds fire though. It'd be pretty fun. I mean, we were just talking about drawing challenges, right? The drawing challenge that I'll be doing with Ghoulie on Friday. There are a bunch that you can do. There's the don't look at your canvas while you're drawing challenge. So you've got something in front of you. Say, like the classic, you've got pieces of fruit on a table in front and you need to draw them. And then the challenge is you draw the fruit without looking at your canvas at all. That's a fun one. The other one is the one that we'll be doing on Friday, the don't lift your pen. There's the timed challenge. So in this case, like the 5-minute timer, where you set a timer and you go, okay, sketch this thing within this time limit. That's quite fun as well. Another fun challenge is rendering something, but you limit yourself to colors. So you go, either I'm going to just do it monochromatic. So I'm going to render this scene of fruit, but exclusively with greens and green tones. Or it might be, I'm going to limit myself to green, pink, and yellow. And I'm exclusively going to use green, pink, and yellow while rendering the scene. And you end up with really, really interesting results. It's really fun. 9.1k, or you would. Jeez, you guys have built up. Points fast. I need to make like a 1,000,000 point redeem or something, just to give people like a pie in the sky redeem, I guess. Maybe. Would that be interesting? I can't think of anything that would be worth it, though, is the only problem. A crisp high five. In high school, they made you do the one using continuous lines. Yeah, it's really fun. It's fun. It leads to really interesting looking images. Saving for Tavern Goblin, so you can't get a 5-minute sketch for a fair while. Well, there you go. Well, I mean, that, I guess, would be a pie in the sky redeem then, the 10,000. Thank you, Tavern. Appreciate. The stubble is actually looking quite good. It's adding almost like a static for the scalp, which I really, really, really like. Really, really, really like the static effect. Does mean it's going to take a freaking eternity, but I'm fine with that if it looks good. Then where to from there? Probably the twigs, right? Render those next. Whenever I zoom in, I always see something else that's out of place. Oh, ads. Three and a half hours. Okay, so another half hour after this. Noted. That's been 3.5 hours. What frick? I haven't done anything. I just talked about how like pizza's a sandwich. Breaking news. Harley has a meltdown and starts screaming at his viewers, "Why do you watch me?" What's the new term? Crashing out. Yes, I love it. Breaking news, Harley crashes out and asks his viewers why they watch him. If I do something super repetitive like this, I don't know why. I get the absolute urge to turn it into an ASMR stream. I don't ask me why. There's no reason. There's no reason behind it. But yeah, as soon as I started on these like little hair follicles, it was like it was there, the itch. Now we're working on the scalp of the character. It's peeking at you. Hi. Hi. Hello. Hi. How you going, Weepers? You love this food stream, actually? Yeah, I mean, that... It's a terrible food stream. Are you kidding me? If you came here for, like, mukbang entertainment, I have sorely let you down, and for that I apologize. Hi. No, Meepers, now that you've pointed it out, I'm just going to see Dave just going, hello, every time I look down. Hi. Say ASMR like they say DNA in Zootopia. Dunna. Asmer. I mean, that's actually how they came up with the creature type in D&D, like angelic beings with half celestial blood. They're not Asamirs, no, they're Asmers. It's your fault, Fields. I lay the blame squarely on your shoulders for augmenting the way that I see the world now. Asmer. Just crossed two conversations we've had tonight into one. Yeah, it's worse off for it. What have I done? What have I done? Mad Lab. Breaking one beaker, its contents spilling into another. And now we've got the Li-Fi. Yeah, just bring us right back down. The stubble will take a while to implant, but it's worth it because of the scraggly look that we'll be left with by the end of it. We talk about Zootopia in one sitting. I mean, there's no rule, no limitation. I can talk about the funny sloth that does the slow things as much as I want. That's your Zootopia input? That's more than fair. To be honest, when I was reading through the script for today's stream, because it's all scripted, it's all written up ahead of time. I didn't actually see that Zootopia was a conversation topic. So my prep for it has been lacking. I apologize. That's such a cursed sentence, Field. Have I gotten Friday's script yet? I mean, we're in the works with it at the moment. It's in the works. I'll run the draft past you, Ghoulie, across the next couple of days. Let me know how you think, what you think of it. Like, Critical Role is scripted? Yep. Oh my goodness. It's very funny. It's very funny reading up on the conspiracy theories. Psychic damage. Oh, actually, yeah, no, that is a good point. Let's roll for psychic damage, shall we? Let's see how much psychic damage that Fields. Yeah, 1d4. Yeah. Oh, what do we reckon? For psychic damage, it has to be the ruby dice, I think. Oh. So the ruby dice. Let's see. Yep. Let's see how much psychic damage we all took from Fields' comment, shall we? Let's see. We have all taken, brace for it. We have taken 3 psychic damage. We've all taken, out of a D4, we've all taken 3 psychic damage, thanks to Fields' comment. Everybody thank Fields. Yeah, I know, it's tasty. That one's going to leave us with a headache, I think. Edge of your seat. Well, I mean, it was not bad. It was not a bad roll. With a 1 or something, yeah, it would be taking minimal psychic damage, but it'd be a little bit boring. I feel like 3 is the perfect amount. Woo! Gonna somehow put crayon on your brain for you. Oh dearie dear. Have you seen there are videos online of like parents going through their house and it's edited like a horror movie, like following the crayon lines like down the hallway. It's so good. It's so good. Some of the best ones end with the toddler complete knocked out in the middle of the lounge room with just like crayon all over their face. It's so good. So good. There was one where the mum was like interviewing the toddler, like microphone to her and then microphone to the toddler, like, did you think you were doing the wrong thing when you put crayon all over the couch? Back to the toddler, and the toddler goes, nope. It's like, yes. I wish I had a modicum of that of that child's confidence. Interrogation, yep. Lipstick all over the face, yes. And then obviously everybody knows about the peanut butter baby. Perfection. Perfection. I would absolutely play a peanut butter goblin in a campaign. Are you kidding me? Immediately. In a heartbeat. Or like a peanut butter elemental, like a Mephrit or something, but just made of peanut butter. Oh, that'd be so much fun. Wait, you haven't seen... Wait, Katie, are you telling me you've never seen Peanut Butter Baby before? Hello? Am I... I'm so excited. Oh, here we go. Yep. Here we go, Peanut Butter Baby.
Does it feel good?
It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Just reminded you of when you went on stage to show, to a show of performers, and a clown brought you out onto stage and started putting balloon hats on you and kept taking them off and folding your arms all mad about it with an audience of hundreds. Oh my goodness. I mean, that's the epitome of being put on the spot. Wait, so let me get this straight. You went onto a show, and a clown brought you out onto stage, started putting balloon hats on you, and kept taking them off, folding the clowns? Wait, I'm confused. Got to do human things? You shall look? Yeah, no stress, no stress. And like that, she is gone in a puff of smoke. So every time the clown would take the balloon hat off of you, you would start sulking on stage. Oh, you can. Right. I have now put it together. Yeah, excellent. Kept making more and more, putting them on you. Eventually, he had to just kind of walk you off stage. Oh my goodness. I reckon the crowd would have been enjoying themselves though. I have to make sure that I don't get in too much of a groove with placing down the stubble, because what can happen is it can develop like weird groovy lines across the scalp, and it's already kind of started to happen. If you can see that, like it feels as though there's like a bit of motion going across the scalp. Thankfully you can't see it from back here, but it is something I have to be not worried about, but careful about. Need to make sure that the placement of the stubble is eclectic, super random. So it's probably better for me to do it in clusters rather than in layers. It's looking good though. It is looking good. I will need to start fading them a little bit as well, just because I don't need that level of clarity all the way across the scalp. If anything, I shouldn't have that degree of clarity across the whole scalp. How much time I got? 15 minutes. There is there is a new way that I'm getting the rest of this done in 15 minutes. No way in all of heck. He's covered in ants. Yeah. Yep. If I can sell that he's covered in ants, I've done my job. Have you seen? I'm actively one who rolls his eyes when it comes to advertising anything. But there was one advertising campaign for the original Ant-Man that gets me every time. It's Michael. What's his name? God, he's really famous as well. Why can't I? I'm terrible with names. Ant-Man cast. Michael Douglas. There we go. It's Michael Douglas and Paul Rudd slapping their knees, and to the beat, occasionally yelling out ants, and then it shows footage of ants, and then it cuts back to them slapping their knees. It's so good. Whenever anybody brings up ants for any reason, it's the first thing I think of. I aspire to one day be able to deliver anything with that intensity. Oh, there we go. There's the 1 million point redeem is me just staring intently into the webcam as I'm like slapping the desk or something, and I just say ants or goblins or something. Perfect. Absurdist, it's my jam. There's a series on Netflix called I Think You Should Leave with Tim Robinson, and I've recommended it to a couple of people now, and every time their feedback has been, I'm glad that you find it funny, but I don't get it. And to that I say, fair enough. It is absurdist humor, but I just, it just goes to show that art is subjective. Full circle, we made it. And scene. I should probably sort a very late lunch after this. I'm having a Winnie the Pooh moment where I'm going,
I've got a rumbly tummy.
Every time you see him, you feel like the haircut doesn't fit his I mean, he's got a few, I would imagine, universally liked like bits. One of them is where it's an episode of The Bachelorette, and she walks up to him to give him, is it, if he receives the rose, then they go to the next round. If they don't receive the right, he gets nominated as like the person who's going to leave the house or whatever. And as he's asking, like, but why? It just shows that he spent the entire time at the show just doing the flying fox over the pool. Literally for the entire show. It's just so beautiful. It's so beautiful. He's got a few like little snippets like that have been turned into just absolute memory. Whereas in the drive-through, doing a pay forward bit, yes, yeah. Move. I'm doing something. 55 burgers, 55 fries, 55 nuggets, 59. Trying to like trick the next driver into paying for like a massive order. Beautiful. On oh no, with the stubble only being partially done, it looks like a very unfortunate intentional haircut decision. Oh, that's phenomenal. Oh, that's cursed as all heck. I have a vision for my hairstylist. Yeah, no, whatever you want. What would you like? First, long hair. Yeah, I mean, that's easy enough. You've got long hair to begin with. Then, straight cut across the fringe. Yeah, I can do that. Easy enough. Buzz cut down the side. Yeah, no, that's become quite fashionable lately. Top knot. Okay, you know, getting a little bit out there. Then I would like the middle section between my hairline and my ear. I would like that to be waxed. It's a decision. It's a decision that was made by me, I guess. I should fix it. I should keep going and fix it. It's looking horrendous. The stubble's looking good, but not in its current state. Deary dear. It's a new fad. Don't worry about it. Similarly, I will never quite understand the reverse mohawk. The reverse mohawk just seems, to my taste, just a little bit confused. But I mean, I'm sure that people back in the day would have thought the same thing about the traditional mohawk, you know? The traditional mohawk. Son, you must get a mohawk. No complaints, it's tradition. Your father had a mohawk. Your grandfather had a mohawk. Your great-great-great-grandfather had a mohawk. Big shame upon your ancestors if you weren't going to get one. Yeah, the traditional mohawk. Have you never heard of it? Googled it. Just looks like they got drunk and they let their friends have at it with a buzzer. The reverse mohawk. Yeah. The stubble is coming along quite well. Have about 50% of it done. ASMR stubble stream. Highly recommend if you're getting into art. Do this sort of thing. Incredibly repetitive, boring line application. It's incredibly fun. Don't listen to the haters. Talk to me for I need support on this. How you going, by the way? How's your weekend? I wasn't lying, by the way. Legitimately, the Thunderbolts movie, I honestly think is my favorite Marvel movie that they've released to date. It was good, just crocheting. Nice chill weekend. I need to have a chill weekend like that after last weekend. I had some friends visiting from interstate, and had a ton of fun. Don't get me wrong, but I'm also an introvert. I know, shocking. I'm also an introvert, so I'm just completely spent. My social battery has exploded. So a weekend of just crocheting actually sounds wonderful right now. Sign me up. But yeah, really enjoyed Thunderbolts. Bob is possibly my favorite character that they've ever done. But this is all like a personal taste thing, right? Don't go into it thinking like, well, Mahali says it's the best Marvel movie ever. So if it's not the best Marvel movie ever, then Mahali lied. It's, for me personally, my personal preference and what I want out of a movie, for me personally, it's my favorite. Thank goodness Billy isn't here, because he would actually straight up just reply with, I watched it, it wasn't my favorite, therefore Mahali's lying. And I can't take that kind of undermining at the moment. I wouldn't be able to handle it. I'd go ballistic. Absolutely not. I forbid it. Ads in 1 minute. No, Tavern, no. Can I snooze? Yes, I can. I can snooze. Okay. I'll snooze the ads until the end of stream. Just so we don't have to deal with that garbage. What kind of crocheting, if you don't mind me asking? I intend to crochet things. Clothing and accessories is not quite my jam. It's more I want to crochet like little ivy leaves and branches that I can hang up like in the bookshelf behind me. That would be really fun. I've also seen where people have crocheted like little potion vials and stuff that you can store dice in. That would be fun. That would be lots of fun. And crocheting plushies also looks like quite a bit of fun as well. it just seems super versatile, you know? Very much so your imagination is the limit type of hobbies. My mum and one of my grandmothers as well. I also grew up with them crocheting a ton, so it has been around me for a while. But I don't have a gift with it at all. It just not in the genes, I guess. Crocheting Christmas gifts. So mainly blankets. You do have a few stuffed animals you're making too. Oh, nice. Any pictures of said stuffed animals and blankets too, obviously. But I already disclosed my preference for for little plushy creatures and stuff. 75% done with crocheting Toothless. And plan to crochet the Sniffler from Minecraft. Nice. The Sniffer from Minecraft. Absolutely love Toothless. How to Train Your Dragon is one of my favorite. The first one is one of my favorite movies of all time. So I would love to see a finished image of Toothless when you do get an opportunity. No stress though. If you don't want to share, no stress whatsoever. But color me interested, whatever color that is. I've got terrible posture. I'm slowly becoming prawn, which means that when I do the camera zoom gag, it's always off by like a couple of centimeters. Can show. Hoping he'll be done this week along with a blanket. Yes, please. Yes, please. I'm so sorry, Dave, to have started the stubble process and then I haven't finished yet, so it looks like you've polished the top part of your scalp, which, I mean, it's fine. It's just, it looks very intentional. It looks like I very intentionally pranked you. Your eyes glaze over in horror when you, an adult man in your 20s, walk into another adult woman's bedroom to see her bed covered in plushies. What? I mean, what's wrong with that? I literally have a few specimens behind me. I am a fan. I'm a and the especially when they're ridiculously soft as well. It's just I can't. I have to. You've got nothing against plushies or adults having them. You're talking about covered. Okay. That is a logistical problem at that point. It's not about taste. No, I can kind of agree. I'm kind of seeing what your argument is. Because the understanding is that every night this person has to hire a bulldozer, fit the bulldozer into their room, and then bulldoze the plushies off of the sleeping surface. Then leave the bulldozer in their room overnight, wake up, and then bulldoze the plushies back onto the bed, and then arrange them immaculately. No, that would actually be nightmarish, yeah. Yes, correct, yeah. I'm seeing that, yeah, it's a problem of logistics at that point, because, like, who's got the time for that? I mean, hey, if you do have the time for it, by all means, go for your life. But my shoulders just hurt. my shoulders hurt just thinking about it. You just sleep on top of them and wake up. Yeah. Problem solved. There you go, Fields. There. Did you ever consider that? Hi, Rad. Nice face. Oh, don't remind me. It's looking horrendous. It looks like I've intentionally buzzed the side of his head and then waxed like a particular part of it. We're getting there. It's looking good where it's finished, but it's not finished yet, so it's not looking good. How you going, Rad? Hope you're going well. We're getting there. We're so close. We're so close to done. With, like, Dave himself, and then I have to do the background. So what you do is sleep under the covers instead, but maybe you're just crazy like that. I think you are a little bit crazy. Under the covers, Fields? Like, on purpose? I mean, okay. I'm not going to call you crazy. I'm just going to kind of look at you a bit funny. You can do what you want. Under the covers. Okay, all right. Okay, we're about 8 minutes over and we've run out of snoozes, so I need to wrap up stream at this point. I'm so sorry, Rad. I'm so sorry. I've hit the 4-hour mark. I haven't had lunch yet. I'm starving. I have to eat. I must eat, Rad. Just woke up. How am I? Is sleep better? Sleep is way better. Way better. I used the weekend where I had friends visiting, so it was super chaotic, which meant like we're running around a bunch doing a ton of stuff, so it was knocking the stuffing out of me. And I used that to help. What have I just done? Hello? I used that to like line up my sleep schedule and stuff. So it's way better. Way better. I'm consistently getting up in the morning. I'm consistently going to sleep like at a relatively sane time at night. So doing well. Thank you for asking. I really appreciate it. You're just kidding. Me sleep under the covers of my bed? Absolutely not. I wouldn't be caught dead doing that. Go eat, do stuff. Just wanted to say hi. Yeah, no, I appreciate it. Thanks for stopping in for a bit. Tavern is going to bother us in a second. It's going to be like, 1 minute until ads. Tavern, I do appreciate that, but I can't deal with that stress right now. Is there anyone online? Not currently. Does anybody have any art streamers that they'd recommend that I raid? Because everybody that I usually raid is currently offline. No stress if you don't. I can always browse for a second. Luck of the draw. We'll see who we find. Stuff by Sunshine. Ooh. Okay. Raid It's Mahali. Nah, that guy's a jerk. I found Stuff by Sunshine. Excellent. Let's head over that way. Check her out. See what she's working on. Boom. Thank you for the recommendation. All right, Easy done. I'll have the event for this weekend all penned up and nice by the end of today. So if you're free this Saturday and you want to do some art stuff on the Discord, look forward to that. Otherwise, usual shebang. Oh, and sorry for anybody who missed out. There will be an extra stream on Friday during this time period, the afternoon time slot, as well as the evening time slot. And I'm doing a co-stream with Ghoulie, so look forward to that. That's going to be a lot of fun. We're going to be trying out like doing the drawing challenge where you don't remove your pen from the page, and then rendering it afterwards, which will be interesting. It's going to be interesting. Take care. Yeah, you too. You too. The drawing's looking good. Thanks, Meepers. I appreciate. Have an excellent rest of your day or night, depending on where you are. Sorry, the time is running out. And I'll catch you around. Bye, everybody. Bye.